I'd like to take a chance to introduce our judge. We have Mr. Matt Kennedy from Waller, Texas. He is a Texas A&M graduate where he was on the 2002 National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Matt also had the opportunity and honor to coach the National Wool Judging Team at Texas A&M. He received his master's in ruminant nutrition in 2007. Matt owns and operates his own clubland flock and AIs over 9,000 ewes across the United States each year. If you would, please put your hands together and welcome our judge today, Mr. Matt Kennedy. Ladies and gentlemen, as we dismiss the young people along the rail, let's give them a big round of applause for starting with a great division this morning. Going to make that first call for class number 2 white-faced crossbred lambs, weighing 145 to 185 pounds. First call, class 2 white-faced crossbred lambs, 145 to 185 pounds, to the RSG holding ring. Gonna make that second call, class 2, white-faced crossbred lambs weighing 145 to 185 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, class 2, white-faced crossbreds to the holding ring. Going to make that last call, last and final call for Class 2 white-faced crossbreds weighing 145 to 185 pounds. Final call, Class 2 white-faced crossbreds weighing 145 to 185 pounds to the RSG holding ring.
As we get started in our white-faced crosses this morning, again, kind of like we talked yesterday, and kind of echo that, a lot of differences in terms of size in this class, a big weight range spread. And I think when you come out here and you find one that's square, stout, and real good ended, and one that can still walk around pretty well, that one needs to be taller fronted as he travels. I'm not going to disagree with you there, and if you want to argue that, I'll concede that argument. But when he gets propped up, that one for me is my kind. Just stout, wide, big back, big ended, one that has a good hind leg set, his knee sets in him right. And I think in relation to the rest of the class, one that's just more functionally built in terms of his center body and cavity. Get around in front of that guy. He's big chested, he's wide, he's just really, really stout kind of a sheep, like that one to win. Follow it with one that's really, really ripped up, really stout kind of a sheep as well, that kind of follows type and kind in terms of being wider chested than the remaining trio, and for sure handles better than the rest of them. That one's back shape is by far better. That one's loin shape is better for me. Get in behind him, and that one's with progression is a lot better as well. He really comes out and flares out, really big hip, really big stifled kind of a sheep. That again, I think that one walks well enough and gets around well enough. Obviously, I'd like to see him without a halter on. I kind of didn't touch on that yesterday, but these sheep need to be walked without a halter for me. If they can, I just don't think their neck and their head sits in them right. I think we have a lot of structural issues we talked about yesterday in terms of their front ends. Try to do away with the halters if possible. I know some kids need them, but as a whole, let's get rid of those things in this show ring, please. As we work into the next one, you know, we start looking at this one in terms of his build from the side. I like that one. I don't know about his lower forerib. I don't know if it's as big as the rest of them, but it's still bigger than the remaining two. I think when you get on top of this guy, I think that one's got plenty of shape as well. He's just not wide enough and stout enough in relation to the top two. I don't think his flare to his stifle is quite as big, and you get in behind him, his width progression is not quite as unique. And I just like to open him up right there down low and all the way through just a notch more. But again, still wider than the next two in line. The next one, better profile in sheep and probably better touch in sheep than we find in the one in fifth. That one's back reaches your hand a little bit better, but still, get in front of that guy. He needs to be opened up through his chest. That one's not wide enough chested. You get on like the front three-quarter angle of that one. That one reads pretty flat all the way through. He just needs to be pulled apart. He reads flatter right there through his stifle as well. And again, pulled apart some more. I think that one's pretty good because he takes an awesome picture from the side. And then up our top five here, another sheep you like in terms of being functionally built. But again, get around in front of him, needs to be wider chested. Get on top of him, that one's plainer and rounder and more nondescript in terms of his rack shape. He's kind of higher in his chine and kind of rolls right there in his rack and just doesn't meet your hand quite as well. From there back, the mid part of his back's good, his loin's good, and his hip's fine. He just needs to be better right there behind his shoulder for me, and again, pulled apart down low. But another nice sheep to get us started in fifth here. Nice set to get us started all the way through the show. Give him a round of applause. We'll work into that second class A white-faced crosses.
We are now bringing in Class 2 white-faced crossbreds weighing 145 to 185 pounds. We are now showing Class 2 white-faced crossbred lambs. Our results of Class number 1 white-faced crossbred lambs. 10th, Riley McGee, Indiana. 9th, Emerson Belt, Oklahoma. 8th, Emma Bouois, Louisiana. 7th, Hadley Broadwater, Indiana. 6th, Brantley McKay, Texas. 5th, Grace McCurdy, Ohio. 4th, Olivia Cook, Arkansas. 3rd, Cade Simpson, Colorado. 2nd, Emily Mutina, Texas. And our winner of the Class 1 white-faced crossbreds goes to Laney Allen, Oklahoma. We are now showing Class 2 white-faced crossbreds. We will show for champion and reserve white-faced cross immediately following Class 2. So we will need those 2 lambs that were first and second on standby at the conclusion of this class. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please put your hands together as we dismiss the young people from the rail. Going to make that first call for Class 3 black-face crossbred lambs weighing 94 to 126 pounds. First call, Class 3 black-face lambs weighing 94 to 126 pounds. We do need to have those first and second place lambs on standby for our champion drive concluding this class of white-faced crossbred lambs. Second call for class number 3, black-faced crossbred lambs weighing 94 to 126 pounds. Second call, class 3, black-faced crossbreds to the RSG holding ring. Going to make that final call, class 3, black-faced market lambs. Class 3 black-faced market lambs weighing 94 to 126 pounds need to be in the RSG holding ring at this time. Final call, class 3 black-faced market lambs.
Really good class out here, and I think a really good class winner to start us off. And kind of the bigger version of what we saw earlier, stout, square, wide, kind of a sheep that maybe you want to pick up just a little bit more. I'm not going to harp on that because I still think that one propped up is really, really good in terms of his underlying body. That one's with progression. His underlying progression's awesome. You get on top of him. That one's got a ton of shape. Get around in front of him or behind him at any angle. That one's wide and stout and has a bunch of shape to him. That's a really nice sheep to win. I think the one here in second and third, I think that becomes a pair for me, and I just think the wider, stouter one's the one here in second. I think get around in front of him especially. I know we talked about that a lot yesterday and today. Chest width is a big deal for me. I don't think you can have width up top if you don't have width down low, and I'm not saying that one's perfect in terms of his rib cage. He needs to be a little bit more opened up in relation to our class winner, but still one with progression-wise, shape-wise, right behind his shoulder. I dig that one a little bit more, and again, still think he needs to be opened up a notch more in relation to that class winner, but still I think one that follows pretty well into the second hole. One and third takes an awesome picture from the side. I just like get around in front of that thing, just open him up, maybe around his lower rib out just a notch more. That one's pushing a little bit more condition maybe than the one there in second, but he's not fat by any means. He still handles firm, handles good up top, maybe not quite as shapely right behind his shoulder than we find in those top two, but still a really good sheep from the side that puts more together than the remaining two in terms of just his center body and rib cage. I think the one that sorts next, that's why he does. He's wider and stouter than the one we end up with. That one's not quite as unique in terms of the way he's built in his shoulder blade and front knee. His hind leg set's not quite as good. That one just has more sheep. There's just more sheep there for me. He's wider. He's all the way through the center part of his cavity up to high. He's got more back shape, and that's why he's up there. The better sounder one is a lighter muscled one or narrower one, if you want to call it, that ends up in fifth. That one's just not wide enough for me. That one travels well. He looks pretty good from the side, and you can kind of see the problems down low as he wants to get flatter through the lower part of his body and flatter through his rib cage all the way through, and you can kind of get around in front of him. You can see that in terms of his front leg posture and how close they are, but a nice sheep nonetheless from the side. He props up good. He looks nice. Young lady does a good job getting that one shown. Nice class out here. Really good class winner, I believe.
We are now selecting our white-faced crossbred champion in reserve. Our first place representative from Class 1 comes from Laney Allen, Oklahoma. Our first place representative from Class 2 comes from Samantha Williams, Minnesota. Our second place representative from Class 1 comes from Emmy Lee Mutina from Texas. And our second place representative from Class 2 comes from J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. We are now selecting our champion in reserve white-faced cross. If you are in Class 3, you are to be in the RSG holding ring at this time. If you are in Class 3 black-faced crossbreds, you need to be in the holding ring at this time.
Well, as we get these out here in the drive, again, I think a front row that comes together extremely well, and I think that two that they're pretty similar in terms of their build and type. I think one's maybe a little bit better in terms of his chest floor and shallowness, and I think, again, kind of reverting back to the light collegiate judging days, if you have two that are pretty comparable and one fits inside the other one, you got to use the big one. Big one to be your champion, little one to be a reserve. Let's congratulate those two.
Our champion white-faced cross comes from Class 2, Samantha Williams, Minnesota. Our reserve champion comes from Class 1, Laney Allen, Oklahoma. We are now bringing Class 3 crossbred market lambs weighing 94 pounds to 126 pounds to the ring now. We're now showing Class 3 black-faced crossbreds in the ring. Exhibitors, this is an important announcement. If you have a truck, trailer, or car, or any vehicle whatsoever parked between C4 and C8 at the loading docks, they are going to start towing those trucks, trailers, and cars to get the lamb buyer to the loading dock. So if you have a vehicle or trailer parked between C4 or C8 and C8, you will be getting towed here soon. You need to get those vehicles and trailers moved at this time. Our results of Class 2 white-faced crossbreds. 10th, Caston Jones, Oklahoma. 9th, Breland Bryant, Ohio. 8th, Channing LaRue, Texas. 7th, Crew Charmison, Oklahoma. 6th, Dottie Lefty, California. 5th, Hadley Arts, Missouri. 4th, Annika Hamilton, Indiana. 3rd, Gabby Rout, Indiana. 2nd, JC Allen, Oklahoma. And our class winner of Class 2 white-faced crossbreds, Samantha Williams, Minnesota. And that lamb was also crowned our white-faced crossbred champion. Black-faced crossbred exhibitors. If you are fortunate enough to be a first or second, we will be picking division champions as we progress through the day. Our first division championship drive will be our lightweight division, and that selection will happen at the conclusion of Class 3. If you are first and second in Class 1, 2, or 3, we will be picking our lightweight champion at the conclusion of Class 3. We will split the next division. Class 4, 5, and 6 will be our middleweight division. Class 7, I'm sorry, I'm getting off the chart on what those classes are. Our lightweight division will be Class 3, 4, and 5, and we will make that selection at the end of Class 5. Our middleweight division will be Class 6, 7, and 8, and we will make that selection at the end of Class 8. Our heavyweight division will be Class 9, 10, and 11, and we will make that heavyweight selection at the end of Class 11. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people along the rail for giving us a great start in our blackface division. Going to make that first call for Class 4 Blackface Crossbreds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 4, lambs weighing 127 to 137 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 4, black-faced crossbred lambs weighing 127 to 137 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 4, black-faced crossbred lambs to the holding ring. Going to make that last call for Class 4 Blackface Market Lambs to the holding ring. Last call, Class 4 Blackface Market Lambs to the holding ring.
Well, like with any lightweight class, kind of interesting to sort through. A lot of differences in terms of types and kinds, but I think I land on one that fits me, and I think from yesterday to today, you can kind of tell that that's kind of my kind. I mean, square and boxy and stout, but still good enough and good looking up front, and I don't think that one runs downhill as he travels. His underline's good. The biggest thing is the way his hip and hind leg sets in him and his front end. The pair cut there for me is the way that one's built through his shoulder and neck in relation to the one there in second, because that one in second's got a big old giant back in him, and he's really, really expressive. I just think this one's neck and shoulders sit better in him, and he's a little further back. You can get that thing more of a 90 and up front there, and you get around in front of him and watch him travel. He's not quite as rolled over maybe as the one there in second, and I just think there's a lot of good in that thing. He's just really good in terms of just squareness and width progression, like we said. But again, front end structure is what separates that pair. Because you can cut this one off about his mid-rib back. That thing's really, really good. I like that one's hip and hind leg as well. You kind of see right there where his neck sits and his shoulder wants to shift forward on you just a little bit. And he kind of accentuates that when he travels. That thing just needs to pick his head up and set it back a little further and get his knee and his shoulder set back in him just a little bit more for me. But really good sheep that sorts here in second as well. And I think this top line quality is what kind of gets him up there in relation to the one next in line, and also the way his hind leg sits in him and his posture there. Really nice sheep, though, again, that sits in second. The one in third, another really ripped up one. The young man's brought some to us yesterday as well that had big old backs in them. Same kind of deal. This one's ripped up and groovy backed, which kind of keys me up, and you get your hands on him, you really like him. The biggest problem is you can see the way his hip set's kind of inverted, his loin's kind of off, and he wants to get a little bit upright. His legs set. I just think he just needs to change right there, and everything needs to fit together a little bit better. He needs to maybe be a little bit rounder so he can kind of stretch and reach and kind of have a little bit more go and freeness as he travels out. But again, nice sheep from about his loin forward. Just need to change him from there back. I think the darker featured sheep here, the darker legged one, you got to like a bunch. Being one that just doesn't jump out and grab you in terms of just one that says I have to win a class, and maybe because it's his dark points and everything else in here is so white, but I still think you read him down low, not quite as wide and quite as stout chested as with some of those other ones we have. Up top, though, that one's got a ton of shape. He's got a really neat butt shape to him as well. He just doesn't hit me quite as hard in terms of the way he's built from the side, and when he travels out, that one just gets a little, maybe not even the word plain, but just a little bit more run-of-the-mill in relation to those rest of those top three. As we end up our class here with one that's freaked out and underlined and really, really shapely, that one's hind legs just got to get a little bit better for me. He wants to get posted up a little bit, get a little bit straight, and that young lady wants to let that thing lean a little bit. You got to keep that thing rocked back and get a hock lock back in him. Because as he travels, that one's pretty acceptable in terms of his flex, but there's just not a good picture of him. We got to get him fixed there. But again, great underline, really big back shape, kind of a sheep that you have to appreciate quite a bit. Congratulate that class. Really nice set to get us started in that blackface division.
We are now bringing in Class 4 Crossbred Market Lambs weighing 127 to 137 pounds. Class 4 is now in the ring. Our results of Class 3, 10th, Jordan Pritchett, Georgia. 9th, Hadley Solicum, Mississippi. 8th, Kylie Nugent, Texas. 7th, Landon Taylor, Texas. 6th, Tristan Solopek, New Mexico. 5th, Hannah Hayes Ware, Mississippi. 4th, Kaylee Kaspersky, Michigan. 3rd, Carson Schaefer, Texas. 2nd, J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. And our class winner of Blackface Crossbred class number 3 goes to Madden Wise, Texas. I have 2 very important announcements. As far as releases, they are now giving those releases in the office across the hall. So those of you that are done showing and you are ready to go home, you can get those releases at the Lamb office across the hall. If you are interested in selling your lambs direct, we do have the direct buyer, and you can go to the loading dock at C8, and he is now purchasing those lambs, and they are giving $1.70 a pound for those lambs. Crossbred exhibitors, if you are fortunate enough to be first or second in a class, we will have these division championships. At the conclusion of Class 5, we will pick our lightweight division champion, and that will include Class 3, 4, and 5. Our middleweight division champion will be picked after Class 8, and that will include Classes 6, 7, and 8. And then we will pick our heavyweight division champion at the conclusion of Class 11, and that will include 9, 10, and 11. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young individuals as we dismiss them off the rail. Going to make that first call for class number 5, blackface crosses weighing 137 to 142 pounds. First call, class 5, blackface crossbred lambs to the RSG holding ring. Second call, class number 5, black-faced crossbred lambs weighing 137 to 142 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, class 5, crossbred lambs to the RSG holding ring. Gonna make that final call for class 5 black-faced crossbred lambs to the RSG holding ring. Last call for class 5 black-faced crossbred lambs to the holding ring. Do want to let exhibitors know if you are leaving, you do need to get a release, and that release can be obtained now in the Market Lamb office across the hall. If you are leaving, you can now obtain your releases in the office across the hall.
Another nice set out here, and I think a top pair that becomes close because they're kind of different in terms of their type, and kind of going with what we did before and yesterday. I got to go with the one that's just more sheep. There's just a wider, stouter one that is more mature in terms of his look. He's mature in his back. He's more mature in terms of his stifle shape. And with that, I think that one is more mature in terms of the way he looks up front from time to time as he travels, and I'm not going to disagree with you there, but I think when you get on top of these two, that one kind of blows this one away in terms of just sheer mass and width and center body and rib right now, and that one's a little bit further along in terms of condition, obviously, but that one has to win out. That one's just so much stouter and so much bigger in terms of the center part of his body. Really nice sheep that sorts here in second that I think has a way good future ahead of him. That one just needs that one just needs to open up just a little bit more in terms of his center body right now and just kind of stouten up in terms of the turn to his stifle in relation to that class winner. Because when you set that one in motion, he beats the brakes off that one in terms of the way his skeleton holds together. And for me, I think it's the looseness of his back and his skeleton that it kind of helps him in relation to that class winner. He gets out, he feels his track better, he stays more true in terms of the way he carries his chest. I think the one that sorts here in third, really, really good handling kind of sheep, but kind of the same thing for me. Kind of read that one up front is lower part of his body's not quite as stout maybe as those others, but that thing is cool from the side. He's got some muscle up top. I just wish he was maybe just a notch truer in terms of the way his loin handles, but still one you have to appreciate from the side view and his build and his stoutness and everything he's got going for him. I think as we get into the next two, I think we run into some structure issues again. I think the young man brings us one that's really ripped up back. Again, his loin's not perfect and his posture of his hind legs too upright. That one just has to move better for this guy. Kind of the same thing that comes next in line. Really good handling kind of sheep, but watch out when he walks. He gets a little bit more restricted in terms of his hip and hind leg. He gets a little bit choppier and harder stepping in terms of the way he sets down. But again, really well fed, really well presented. Sheep just needs to walk better for me. Nice class. Give him a hand if you would, please.
We are now bringing in Class 5 black-faced crossbred lambs weighing 137 to 142 pounds. Do want to put on alert those lambs from Class 3 and Class 4, those first and seconds. We will be picking our champion lightweight cross immediately following this class. If you are first and second in Class 3 or Class 4, on alert, we will be picking our lightweight champion cross at the conclusion of this class. Our results of Class 4 black-faced crossbred lambs. 10th goes to Darcy Boucher, North Carolina. 9th goes to Carson Norup, Ohio. 8th, Victoria Cavix, Ohio. 7th, Paige Garrett, Ohio. 6th, Brinley Hogg, Texas. 5th, Kobe Scroggins, Oklahoma. 4th, Carson Schaefer, Texas. 3rd, Miles Birch, Nebraska. 2nd, Blake Holman, Illinois. And our class winner of Class 4 black-faced crosses goes to Laney Allen, Oklahoma. Exhibitors, if you do have a lamb you are wanting to sell before you leave today, they are buying lambs direct at the dock at C8, and they're giving $1.70 per pound for those lambs. So if you wish to end your project today, they are buying those lambs direct at C8 at the dock. At this time, if you would show your appreciation as we dismiss those young people along the rail for a very, very competitive division. Going to make that first call for Class 6 black-faced market lambs weighing 142 to 147 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 6, to the holding ring. We will also make that first call and warning shot for those first and second place lambs from Class 3 and 4. We will be selecting our champion and reserve lightweight crossbred lamb at the conclusion of this class. First call for those first and seconds from Class 3 and Class 4. Going to make that second call for Class 6 black-faced crossbreds weighing 142 to 147 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 6 black-faced crossbred lambs to the holding ring. Second call for those first and seconds from Class 3 and Class 4. Our first and second place lambs from Class 3 and Class 4. Second call, we will pick our champion and reserve lightweight division at the conclusion of this class. Going to make that final call for Class 6 black-faced crossbred lambs weighing 142 to 147 to the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 6 black-faced market lambs to the holding ring. Those two class winners and second that won Class 3 and 4, this is your final call. You need to be in the holding ring at this time. My first and second place from Class 3 and my first and second place from Class 4. We are going to pick our champion lightweight immediately following this class. Last call for Class 6 black-faced crossbreds, and last call for those first and seconds from Class 3 and Class 4.
Another nice class that comes to us, and I think a couple of them, the top four here, all four of them, to kind of go whichever way you want in terms of just lining these things up. And I'll kind of tell you what I saw and kind of work through it. I think the one that wins in the top pair especially is a stouter one in terms of just sheer body width and back width and density. I still think that one probably too in terms of his upper hip and the way his back lays in him is a little bit better. I think when you put him on the move, I think both of those probably need to be changed up a little bit. I think that hind leg and that first one needs to function a little bit differently, but I still think that one's awful good from the side as you get him propped up. That extra back width, that extra center body and cavity kind of projects him up for me. And then when you get to the one there in second, you get that one on the side view and get him looking pretty good. But he's got a weird tie in the middle of his back, and his loin wants to get a little bit off. The biggest deal is when you read him through the center part of his cage, he's not quite as big as that class winner. You can really read it down low as you get into the bottom of his sternum and his chest, get around in front of him, narrower chested than that one like we talked quite a bit today. And you know, just one for me that's not quite as opened up and stout. I still think that one brings a lot to the table in terms of uniformity and balance, and I like him on this top side of his body. If we can fix the middle part of his back and that ripple there just a notch, but still one that you have to appreciate when he travels and everything else as well. The biggest deal from there to the one in third is I think that one's better shouldered and better chested and better fronted. I think you start reading his neck and chest and shoulder, I think that was just built so much better than the one in third, and I still think that one that has enough muscle to go ahead and get up into the second hole. Tons of muscle in this sheep in third. He's ripped up back. He's got a big old butt in him. When you get off of him and look at his shoulder and you watch him travel, that one's body length and then his neck set and the way his shoulder sets in him is a little bit odd in terms of his height. And I think the biggest deal is you read him about the base of his shoulder and the way his neck falls forward, and then he wants to lean a little bit on you. That thing just doesn't look quite as good up front. His shoulder's a little bit more out for me in relation to those top two, but still, start talking about rib and muscle and body, that one's got to beat the one in four for me. There's just more sheep here, and especially when you get to the last rib back. This was giant in terms of his pin set and upper hip, and I think that's where the one in four falters. That one's not quite big enough to his tail. When you get on top of him working forward, I still don't think he's quite as expressive in his back shape as we find in the one there in third either. But you want to talk about one that props up good and looks good from the side. I think if we round that one's lower rib cage out a little bit and make him more expressive and maybe flare that hip, I think that one's really good because I still like his symmetry and his lines. He just doesn't have quite enough stoutness to go in here and win this class or get up in the top three today. As we work down into fifth, again, I think kind of the opposite story. Ultra stout kind of sheep that just not put together, quite organized enough for me. You can see his hind leg wants to get a little bit upright in his posture. You can see that thing's shoulder and neck not quite as good. And the biggest difference between like him and the one in third, this one lacks the shape and freshness we find in that one, and that's why we roll him down a little further. He has that shoulder and hind leg issue, not quite as much shape. We got to work him down a little bit more, but still, I still think a wide, stout sheep that has some good to him. And really functionally built through his center body. But another nice set of five out here and a really good one to end up that top five. Congratulate that young man and the rest of that class as we work into that drive.
At this time, we are bringing our first place lambs in for our lightweight division. In class 3, our first place representative is Madden Wise, Texas. Class 4, our class winner comes from Laney Allen, Oklahoma. And in class 5, our class winner comes from Landry Lane, Texas. Our second place representative from class 3 comes from J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. Our second place representative from class 4 comes from Blake Holman, Illinois. And our second place representative from class 5 comes from Avery Malabanan, Arkansas. We are now selecting our champion lightweight crossbred at this time. Final call for class 6, blackface market lambs weighing 142 to 147 pounds to the RSG holding ring.
Well, nice set of sheep in this first division, and getting in these crossbreds, there's a lot more quality as we go all the way down. And I think in those classes, 5, 6 deep, there were some really good ones, and we sent some good ones back to the barn. But I'm very happy with the ones we got out here, especially this front row. I think all three of these sheep are really, really good. I just think there's one that hits me the best, fits me the best in terms of the way his hind leg and hip work. I think his front end's a little bit better in terms of the way it sets in his neck and shoulder. He's stout, square, he's boxy, kind of looking for me, and just kind of the one that kind of looks to be my kind. And I think we're going to follow with one that's probably a little bit shapelier and a little bit more functional in terms of the way he works his hind leg and in there for a reserve. But I think two really good ones out here that we're going to use, and I can't wait to get into the heart of that deal here in the next couple of divisions. Congratulate those kids. Nice set of sheep out here.
Our champion lightweight crossbred goes to Madden Wise, Texas, and comes from Class 3. Our reserve champion lightweight cross comes from Class 4 from Laney Allen, Oklahoma. We are now bringing in Class 6 blackface crossbreds weighing 142 to 147 to the ring at this time. Class 6 is now showing in the ring. Our results of Class 5 blackface crossbred lambs. 10th, Noah Schaefer, Minnesota. 9th, Olivia Cook, Arkansas. 8th, Bentley Poe, New Mexico. 7th, Kobe Scroggins, Oklahoma. 6th, Carson Noonan, Iowa. 5th, Bailey Norup, Ohio. 4th, David Vetter, Colorado. 3rd, Shepard Silvers, Texas. 2nd, Avery Mulbannon, Arkansas. And our class winner from Blackface Cross, number 5, goes to Landry Lane, Texas. We are now showing Class 6 blackface crossbreds weighing 142 to 147 in the ring at this time. If you would, please put your hands together as we dismiss the young people along the rail for another very competitive division. We'll make that first call for class number 7, black-face crossbred lambs to the RSG holding ring. Class number 7, lambs weighing 148 to 151 pounds. First call to the holding ring. Make that second call, class 7, black-face crossbred lambs weighing 148 to 151 pounds. Second call, class 7, black-face market lambs to the holding ring. Going to make that last call, last and final call for Class 7 Blackface Market Lambs to the holding ring. Final call, Class 7 Blackface Market Lambs weighing 158 to 151 pounds to the holding ring.
Really fun class to sort through. I think the two the better ones we've seen on the top end here in terms of their quality, in terms of comparing those two. They make a really fine pair for me. And you know, you come out here and you try to find one that maintains its back a little bit better, maintains its hip shape just a little bit neater. And not to say that either one of the, again, just splitting hairs, not to say that either one of these is light years better than the other, but I think the neck set on this one and his way his hip sets in him is a little bit more ideal for me. Get on top of him, this thing's got a giant back. He's got a giant hip. I think the lower leg and the stifle shape probably goes to the one there in second, but I think they're both comparable in terms of muscle. I think build-wise, I think that one just patterns up just a notch better for me in terms of the way he looks up top, the way he looks down low, and the lower shoulder he's got in him in relation to the one there in second. One in second, fresh, big handling, big shape up top. I like that sheep in terms of the way he gets out and travels as well. He's loose, but he stays collected in relation to those next ones especially. I like to change his shoulder neck just a touch and the base of his sternum just a little bit, and maybe his hip just a little bit up top, the way it wants to invert every now and then. But, again, really nice sheep, and I think those two pair up extremely well. Really nice sheep. I think as we get down from there, I think we work into some sheep that are a little bit more uncoordinated when they walk, especially with the sheep here in third. That one's so loose and so easy moving, if you want to call it that. He gets a little bit uncoordinated in terms of the way he handles his legs. I like to collect him a little bit when he moves around and collect his body just a little bit as he travels, because when he gets that one propped up, he gets him stuck. That one looks deadly from the side, maybe around his lower rib cage out just a notch and pull him apart, but I like that sheep quite a bit. The one coming next in line, I like that sheep a bunch in terms of his muscle. He's wide, he's stout, he's super thick, but that one just needs to be changed in terms of the way he handles his hind leg. He's too stiff. He can't set it down right. He gets a little bit choppy when he walks. He just got to free up because everywhere else that sheep's really good. He's just got to be freer moving in relation to the rest of the class. As we get down a little further, another nice sheep in terms of his underlying quality. I like that one quite a bit in terms of the way he looks up from the side, his chest floor in relation to his flank. I like to change him in his neck and shoulder. He wants to shift forward a little bit. He's not quite as good in terms of the base of his chest and the roundness of shoulder. But again, working there back, that one's phenomenal in terms of his body, in terms of his underline. Again, comparatively, though, probably needs to be a shot wider, but still a really, really good sheep. Really, really good in terms of the way he handles his hip and hind leg. Nice sheep to end up in 5th, and a really nice class out here. Congratulate them if you would, please.
We're now bringing in Class 7 black-faced crossbreds weighing 148 to 151 pounds. We are now showing Class 7 black-faced crossbred lambs. For you that win Class 6 and 7, be aware we will be picking our middleweight champion at the conclusion of Class 8. We will be picking our middleweight champion at the conclusion of Class 8. Our results of Class 6 black-faced crossbred market lambs. 10th, Callie Nelson, Minnesota. 9th, Landry Sutton, Indiana. 8th, Cade Charmison, Oklahoma. 7th, Caston Campbell, Illinois. 6th, Hayes Wilson, Oklahoma. 5th, Grace Moore, Texas. 4th, Hudson Franklin, Texas. 3rd, Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. 2nd, Sadie Allen, Oklahoma. And the winner of Class 6 black-faced crossbred lambs goes to Gabby Rout, Indiana. We are now showing Class 7 crossbred market lambs in the ring at this time. If you are joining us late, I'd like to introduce our judge, Mr. Matt Kennedy from Waller, Texas. Matt is a graduate of Texas A&M University, where he was on the 2002 National Champion Livestock Judging Team. He also was honored to coach the National Wool Judging Team at A&M. He received his master's degree in ruminant nutrition in 2007. Matt owns and operates his own club lamb flock and AIs over 9,000 ewes across the United States per year. If you would, please put your hands together and welcome Matt Kennedy to the North American Livestock Exposition. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would put your hands together and let's appreciate these young people as they leave the ring. Going to make that first call for Class 8 blackface market lambs weighing 152 to 156 pounds to the holding ring. First call, Class 8 blackface lambs 152 to 156 pounds to the holding ring. Gonna make that second call for Class 8 blackface commercial market lambs to the holding ring at this time. Second call, Class 8 blackface crossbreds weighing 152 to 156 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 8. Exhibitors, if you are not checked in for class, when we start the class, we will not be waiting for you as we go into the ring. You do need to be in class and stationed by our final call. Going to make that final call, Class 8 blackface market lambs weighing 152 to 156 pounds. If you are not in the holding ring, you need to be in the holding ring at this time. Final call, Class 8 blackface market lambs weighing 152 to 156 pounds to the RSG holding ring.
Well, I think that's a class. You just got to keep walking those things, and I think they'll surface out because I think these top three get around a little bit better, and some people may want to call these a little bit looser skeleton, especially like 1 and 3, but this 1 and 1 has got a very, very good set of feet and legs on him, and that thing is wild-backed. He is good-looking from the side. He comes together extremely well, and this gentleman gets him propped up. I think it's just balance and eye appeal and top shape and top line kind of work him up. And when I say top shape, I think he's just smoother in the terms of the way he transitions from his rack into the mid part of his back and loin in relation to that one there in second. and that one just comes together extremely well. The way he works his hind leg in relation to the rest of the class is pretty phenomenal for me, and I just like that one quite a bit. The one next in line, that one's really up, really tall shouldered, but like I said, that one's almost obnoxious rack. Like his rack gets up and it kind of throws his balance off a little bit. I think if you kind of can settle that in a little bit, I think it'd be a little bit better. It kind of throws his shoulder in the way it makes it look in relation to that next one. His feature's not quite as big as one on either side of him, but I can get past that. I would just like to make him balance just a little bit better in terms of the way he handles up high and the way he looks down at his back. The next one in line in relation to the next two, not as powerful, obviously, but I just think that kind of works into their advantage. I think this one's a little bit better in terms of the way it gets around the ring. That one's way looser in terms of the way it hinges its hip and hind leg and really gets out and travels extremely well. And that one, for me, in the top three is almost too loose structured. I think we need to maybe tighten that one up and organize him a little bit in terms of the way he sets down sometime, the way he works his spine. But still, up top, plenty of muscle, plenty of shape, still a better package in terms of getting them out and moving. Sheep next in line, really, really powered up kind of sheep. You can tell that one's vascular. That one's got the big muscles in him. But you start reading that one in terms of his angles to his joints. His hind leg doesn't sit in him right. His shoulder's a little weird in terms of the way it sets in him. He wants to roll forward. And when you travel that one out, he wants to drop his hip and still get kind of off in terms of the way he handles his hind leg. That one's just got to move better for me. Same thing with the one in fifth. That one's got a ton of muscle and a big old back in him. That one just drops his head and neck and shoulder too much as he travels, and he needs a little bit more flex to his hind leg. But a nice set of five out here, a really nice one to win, I believe. Congratulate those kids if you would, please.
We are now bringing in Class 8 blackface market lambs weighing 152 to 156 pounds. Our results of Class 7 blackface market lambs. 10th goes to Lindsey Williams, Minnesota. 9th, Gavin Slew, Texas. 8th, Area Near, Indiana. 7th, Cade Charmison, Oklahoma. 6th, Carson Keller, Kansas. 5th, Cade Simpson, Colorado. 4th, Hannah Seaver, California. 3rd, David Better, Colorado. 2nd, David Better, Colorado. And our winner of Blackface Cross Class 7 goes to Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. We are now showing Class 8 Blackface Market Lambs weighing 152 to 156 pounds at this time. Those exhibitors that were fortunate enough to win Class 6 and 7, the first and second place, we will be selecting our champion and reserve middleweight at the conclusion of this class. So we'll make that first warning shot to those first and seconds. Be aware, we will be picking our first and second at the our champion and reserve middleweight at the conclusion of this class. If you would, as we dismiss those young people along the rail, show our appreciation for bringing us another great set. Going to make that first call for Class 9 black-faced crossbred market lambs weighing 156 to 160 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 9 black-faced crossbred market lambs weighing 156 to 160 pounds to the holding ring. Going to also make that first call for those lambs that were first and second in Class 6 and 7 for our champion middleweight crossbred drive. We will be selecting our champion and reserve middleweight crossbred at the conclusion of this class. Second call, Class 9 black-faced crossbred lambs weighing 156 to 160 pounds to the holding ring. Second call, Class 9 black-faced crossbred lambs weighing 156 to 160 pounds to the RSG holding ring. We're going to make that second call for our first and second place crossbred lambs from Class 6 and Class 7 to the holding area for our champion middleweight crossbred drive. Second call for those first and seconds from Class 6 and Class 7. Going to make that final call for Class 9 black-faced crossbred lambs weighing 156 to 160 pounds. And going to make that last call for those first and seconds from Class 6 and Class 7. We need those first and seconds for Class 6 and Class 7 in the holding ring at this time. It appears that we do not have our first and second from Class 7. We need Hayes Henderson and David Better to the holding ring for our champion drive middleweight division. Last call.
As we get into this class, it gets a little tougher to find one that you just have to land on, but I still think the one we start with does so fairly quickly. I'd like to make that one a little taller fronted, make him walk around a little bit better, but in terms of handle and shape, that one wins hands down. That was the biggest back, widest, stoutest. However, EST you want to use to describe that one in terms of muscle, that's what he's got. And he's got it everywhere. His rib cage is big, he's wide-chested, and he's stout. And I think he just kind of surpasses everything in terms of quality on the side view and muscle. But he's just got to walk better, and he's got to get his front end up as he travels. And I know this is kind of difficult some out here with this paper and these shavings sometimes, but a nice sheep to win. The one in second kind of worked its way up, and I think just because that's a little bit more fault-free kind of a sheep than we find later in the lineup here. I'm not saying I just love that one in any sense of the word, but I do like him in terms of the way he reads from his mid-rib back. I like his hip and hind leg. I like his back shape, but when you start reading him up front, he's just plainer and kind of flatter through his lower forerib, and his shoulder doesn't read quite right for me. But still one that in terms of not having as many flaws and as big holes in him, I think he does that. I think he's more athletic. I think his neck sets back in him in relation to the next one in line better. I think he's smoother. He carries himself better, and that's why he works up. The next one in line, I like that one again from about his mid-rib back. I think if you get to the front side of that one, the way his rack stands up and the way his shoulder lays in him kind of throws me off. I think that one's, his shoulder angle is not really up, but the way he wants to keep his head down and not give his head right and keep his neck out kind of forward and not get it back in him kind of throws him off. And he never really wants to get into you and drive and come uphill. That one kind of just sits there and stays kind of level and kind of complacent, if you want to say that, in terms of his brace and his drive, and that kind of throws him off. And you can see as she comes off of in the way his neck and chest sit him, just didn't work for me quite as well. As we get into the bigger legged, kind of darker featured sheep, another one kind of the same deal. As you work into these, that one just kind of falls out in terms of just big quality, I guess. I mean, that one's rib cage isn't quite big enough. He's big up top, but he's not wide enough all the way through. He's got big legs. He's got a big stifle. Just one, though, that's just not quite as unique maybe as those other ones in terms of some areas, and he just kind of falls into the fourth position for me. As we work down again, kind of the same thing. I just think this one needs to be wider chested and bigger ribbed. This sheep's nice up top. He handles good. He braces right. His top line's good, and his hip and hind leg look right and read pretty well. He wants to get maybe a little rigid in terms of his hock set, but the top of his chine and the lower part of his chest are the highest and lowest parts of his body, and that just doesn't fit in terms of being the one that just balances as good as those others. He needs to be tucked up, and he needs to set down a little bit in terms of the way his rack sits in him. But a nice sheep nonetheless, and one that's got some muscle and some good to him. Congratulate him as the rest of that class as we work into this drive.
At this time, we will be bringing in our first and seconds for our middleweight division. Our representative from Class 6, first place is represented by Gabby Rout, Indiana. Our first place representative from Class 7 is represented by Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. And our first place representative from Class 8 is represented by Clay Randall, Oklahoma. Representing second place in Class 6 is Sadie Allen, Oklahoma. Our second place representative from Class 7 is David Vetter, Colorado. And our representative from Class 8 is Jada Perry, Oklahoma.
Well, as we get into this middleweight drive, we kind of worked through these classes already pretty quickly and pretty recently, so there's no reason to go back through and describe all these things. And as we get into those classes, there was one that was tough. There was one that we called a pair, and I think those two are really good. And I think we kind of talked some goods and bads about some of those other ones in terms of the way they walk around and what they do. But I think there's two of them out here that deserve to win, and we'll go shake the hand of those.
Our champion middleweight goes to Gabby Rout, Indiana, out of Class 6. Our reserve champion also comes out of Class 6, Sadie Allen, Oklahoma. You ready? We are now showing Class 9 black-faced crossbreds weighing 156 to 160 pounds. Class 9 is now in the ring. Our results of Class 8, 10th, Addison Thompson, Ohio. 9th, Landry Sutton, Indiana. 8th, Avery Flax, Ohio. 7th, Carly Mag, Ohio. 6th, Kaylee Blevins, Virginia. 5th, Cole Ellerbrock, Illinois. 4th, Michaelia Talbot, Michigan. 3rd, Peyton Peterson, Iowa. 2nd, Jade Perry, Oklahoma. And our class winner of Class 8 comes from Clay Randall, Oklahoma. We are now showing Class 9 black-faced crosses in the ring at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, a housekeeping note that we have here. We are going to go directly into the Grand Champion Drive after our selection of the Blackface Cross Champion and Reserve. So I do want to put all those breed champions and reserve breed champions on notice. We will be lining those up at the conclusion of selecting our Blackface champion and reserve champion. We are on class 9. We only have 11 classes. So please, if you have a breed champion or reserve breed champion, you're on notice that we will be showing for grand champion overall after the selection of our champion and reserve champion Blackface Cross. If you would, let's put our hands together for another extremely good class as we dismiss those young people from the ring. First call for Class 10 Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs weighing 161 to 168 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 10 Blackface Market Lambs to the holding ring. Going to make that second call for Class 10 blackface market lambs weighing 161 to 168 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 10 blackface market lambs to the holding ring. Going to make our final call for Class 10 blackface crossbred market lambs weighing 161 to 168 to the holding ring. Last call, Class 10 blackface market lambs weighing 161 to 168 to the RSG holding ring.
A nice set of sheep out here, and I think a top 5 that's competitive. And you know, the top 2 need to be changed in small areas for me. I need to fix the hip on that first one that we're going to start with. But beyond that, I think that sheep's pretty good. I think that sheep's back's right. I think the mid part of his back's good. I think you get underneath him. I think he's really wide in terms of his chest width. And I think you compare him back to the one there in second. That one's way better in terms of his feet and legs. That one gets out and cats around. This other one wants to get a little bit harder moving, and she wants to get that hock locked out from time to time as she drives that thing. He has to have a little bit better posture, more like the one we start with. Really nice, good sheep to start with for me. Like the power, like the muscle, like the overall dimension in this sheep here in second. And I think that's why those 2 in the top end kind of beat that one in third. Those are the 2 power sheep that still maintain themselves pretty well. I like the sheep in second in terms of just being so opened up and so ripped up top. Again, change his feet and legs, lift him up a little bit. I think that sheep's really, really good. But he does have to change in those aspects. And I think that's where that third place sheep kind of counters him. I think that's a taller fronted, longer bodied, more exotic looking one. But you kind of compare those and contrast those and look at those top 2 versus that one. There's just more sheep in those top 2 than there is in that one. Not to say that one's light muscled. When you get in behind that one, that one's upper hips big, his stifle's big. There's just not as much width and just overall density when you compare him back to those top 2. So that's why he rolls down a little bit. Really well fed, really well fitted. That thing handles incredible. Nice sheep that go there in third. As we move into fourth and fifth, I think one that's just a little bit plainer in terms of his look from the side from time to time for me, especially when he's on the move. That one doesn't want to hold himself together quite as well. He wants to get a little bit off in terms of the way his head carriage and kind of a little bit stiffer in terms of the way his neck's built. I think his inside of, or the top of his back's a little concerning to me as well. But again, hard handling, good kind of a fresh sheep that just needs to be fixed in his neck and back when he travels. As we end up here, another nice sheep that's built really good. He needs to be truer in his loin shape. And other than that, I like that sheep a bunch. I think he works up if we fix that problem. Nice sheep out here in fifth.
We are now bringing in Class 10 black-faced crossbreds weighing 161 to 168 pounds to the ring at this time. We're now showing Class 10 black-faced crossbred lambs. Our results of Class 9 black-faced lambs. 10th goes to Riley McGee, Indiana. 9th, Cash Adams, Georgia. 8th, Madison Wynn, Oklahoma. 7th, Riley Walker, Iowa. 6th, Landry Lane, Texas. 5th, Harper Horning, Ohio. 4th, Gabby Rout, Indiana. 3rd, Addison Zerbach, Oregon. 2nd, Adeline Bryant, Ohio. And our class winner of Class 9 black-faced crossbred lambs goes to Stella Anthauer, Iowa. We are now showing Class 10 black-faced crossbred lambs in the ring at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please put your hands together for another great division as we dismiss those young people from the ring. Going to make that first call for class number 11, blackface crossbred lambs weighing 169 to 193 pounds. First call, class 11, blackface crossbred lambs weighing 169 to 193 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Going to make that second call for class 11, crossbred market lambs weighing 169 to 193 pounds. Second call, blackface crossbred lambs, class 11 to the RSG holding ring. Going to make that final call for Class 11 crossbred market lambs weighing 169 to 193 pounds. We're going to make that final call for our final class, Class 11 black-faced market lambs, to the RSG holding ring at this time. Breed champions and reserve breed champions, be aware we are not taking a break between the breed champion. We are not taking a break between the blackface, cross, and reserve selection. We will go immediately into our grand champion drive at the conclusion of our blackface cross selection. So breed champions and reserve breed champions, be on alert. We are coming to the conclusion of our crossbred division.
I think two awful good sheep at the top end of this deal, and I think you just kind of find one that gives you a little bit more athletic appearance up front, and I think that's our class winner in terms of the way he's built in his shoulder. I'm not saying this one's bad in terms of his neck, but I think the bottom of their forerib, and you get on them on a three-quarter angle, there's just a little bit more dynamic view in this class winner, especially when you stand by right here. That outward curvature to that one's body in relation to this one's a little bit bigger. I think when you get on top of him, that one spans a little wider, especially when you hit him in his loin and his hip. And I like that sheep quite a bit to go ahead and start out. If you want to change him up a a little bit. Maybe that thing's just a notch long body, and that kind of hurts her from time to time when she shows it. But he comes together and looks nice, and I think that one kind of counters it. That one always stays square and right in terms of his back shape, and kind of level in terms of his back. He maybe not quite as, like we said, opened up right there through the base of his rib cage and center body, but I still think that one's incredibly good. I think that one's hip and hind leg work extremely well. I think when that one travels out and you get your hands on him both, I just think there's more sheep there than the one we have next in line in terms of just sheer width. And I also think when they travel, I think this one's neck and head carriage is better, and I think he walks around better. Nice sheep there in second. Really a unique kind of a sheep here in third in terms of his profile view. I like him a bunch there. I think when you let that thing go into motion and watch that young lady lead that one out from time to time, that one wants to drop his head and doesn't stay up quite as well. And he doesn't work his back quite as well as those other two ahead of him. But muscle and freshness and quality, I think that one's got it. I just don't think he's quite as good as he travels out. And I think we move on down from there. I just think some sheep that maybe don't have the bells and whistles we find in those top three, especially the one here next. I mean, that's really good kind of a sheep. That one just doesn't hit you real hard when he comes in. His body's good enough. His muscle's good enough. When you read his next set, you want to maybe lay it back just a little bit. But it's a good sheep. I mean, he deserves to be in this top five, deserves to be talked about. I just don't think he excels in some of the aspects we find in those top three, and so he just kind of sorts down a little bit. I like this one's body a little bit better even than the one that sorts into fourth, that comes into fifth here. That one's cage is rounder, he's shallower, and he's better looking. That one's hind leg just concerns me a little bit. We got to flex that thing out and get his posture a little bit better there. But nice rib cage kind of a sheep, nice backed one that has some muscle. Congratulate that young lady as well as the rest of that class, if you would, please.
We are now bringing in Class 11, our last class of black-faced crossbreds, to the ring at this time. These lambs weigh 169 to 193 pounds. We're now showing Class 11. Do want to put those first and second place lambs from Class 9 and Class 10 on notice. We will be selecting our champion and reserve champion heavyweight cross at the conclusion of this class. Housekeeping note, at the conclusion of picking our champion and reserve champion heavyweight, I will need those two division champions and reserve champions from our black-face division for the selection of our champion and reserve champion overall black-face cross. And those breed champions and reserves that have been previously selected, we will not be taking a break between the black-face cross champion and reserve. You need to be on notice and know that we are going directly into our overall grand champion drive at the conclusion of our selection of our champion and reserve champion black-face cross. Our results of Class 10. 10th goes to Jack Thomas, Oklahoma. 9th goes to Carissany Crone, Nebraska. 8th goes to Avery Rice, Ohio. 7th, Morgan Van Swindle, Wisconsin. 6th, Caitlin Campman, California. 5th, Aria Neer, Indiana. 4th, Reagan Rogers, Missouri. 3rd, Kinley Hill, Indiana. 2nd, Braden Bowers, Wisconsin. And our class winner from class number 10, Black-Face Cross, goes to Gabby Rout, Indiana. We are now showing class 11 crossbred lambs. If you would, please put your hands together for a tremendous class and a tremendous division in our crossbred lamb drive. Going to make that warning call, first call for those lambs that were first and second in class 9 and 10. At the conclusion of this class, we will be picking our champion and reserve heavyweight crossbred at the conclusion of this class. So we'll make that first call for those first and seconds to the holding ring for our heavyweight champion division drive. We'll go ahead and make that first call also for our lightweight and middleweight champions and reserves in our blackface division for that overall blackface champion and reserve champion drive. Do want to keep all those breed champions and reserve breed champions on notice also. We are in the conclusion of our last class. We will be going directly into the Grand Champion Drive after picking our champion and reserve champion crossbred.
as these things are getting a little bit bigger out here, again, just trying to focus towards the athleticism, and I think this one does that fairly well. I will say up top, that one's creased up and really, really freaked out in terms of his back shape. I think underneath, I think he's really good in terms of his underline. I think his hind legs maybe suspect in terms of the way it wants to rock forward every now and then, but that thing still travels well enough for me. And on profile, that one kind of wins this still pretty easily. I think his shoulder's flat, his underline's good. Like we said, his back's good and level, and his hip and hind leg work good enough for me in terms of getting around. And I think that's his shoulder and front end is kind of where he beats that next one, and also right there through his loin. I think the one in second, really, really big-ended kind of a sheep, probably bigger in terms of the bulge of his stifle. I like that sheep in terms of his shape up high. When you get on him, though, and start looking at him in terms of just his loin shape and his shoulder, I don't think his width progression maybe is quite as unique because he's a little bit bigger at the points of his shoulder and out at the side there. And I like to change him right there the way he hooks up to his loin and maybe make his hip just a little bit different in terms of the way it's built. But I think a really nice sheep to follow in line because that one's, again, good underline kind of a sheep with a bunch of muscle. Really nice sheep there in second. As we go into third, fourth, fifth, I think a bigger, more exotic kind of a sheep. And third right here, I think a sheep that needs more belly. I think if you cut his flank wool out, I don't think that one's good enough bellied. I think he's probably the rawest one out here in terms of his condition, and that kind of hurts him. He looks raw, he looks immature, and at 170 pounds, being immature is probably not a positive thing for most people, but out here it kind of helped him because that one's shoulder and chest stays tucked up, his rib cage is good. In terms of his lower rib cage, about it being waisty, it's real trim. He's good in terms of his turn there, and I think his shoulder and back and the way they connect in, I think he's a little bit better than the next two. He opens up better, and he kind of continues that out of a really, really big hip. As we go into the next one, I like this sheep in terms of his center body width, but I just don't think that one's built well enough. I think it's some added shoulder to him. I think when you read his hind leg, I think you can tell his posture's off. He wants to get upright there, but really dense, really stout, really big opened up kind of sheep. But for me, he needs to be changed and be a little bit more youthful and more athletic through the front third and on his hind leg. As we get to the number 5 spot here, another one that you have to appreciate from a profile view. I like that one, shape up high as well, but get around in front of those. And he's probably one of the smaller ones out here, but that still doesn't negate the fact that he is the narrowest chested. You get around in front of him, he's the most closed up right there through the base of his chest and sternum. And I think that correlates up top because he's not just the widest and the stoutest, but he is shapely. He just needs more density up there, but still one that travels around well and not restricted in terms of his movement. A nice sheep that ends up here in 5th in that last class. Let's congratulate her and the rest of those kids in that class, please.
We are now going to bring in our first and seconds for selection of our champion and reserve champion heavyweights. In Class 9, our first place representative is from Stella Anthauer, Iowa. Class 10, our class winner comes from Gabby Rout, Indiana. In Class 11, our class winner comes from Wyatt Acey, Kentucky. Our second place representatives from Class 9, Adeline Bryant, Ohio. In Class 10, our second place representative comes from Braden Bowers, Wisconsin. And in Class 11, our second place representative comes from Marshall Miller, Ohio. We are now selecting our champion and reserve champion heavyweight crossbred. I'm going to make the first call and first alert for all those champion and reserve champions for our overall grand champion drive. I do need to have those lightweight and middleweight champions and reserves on standby in the holding ring. We are coming to the conclusion of our black-face division. I'm going to make that first call for all those champions and reserves of each breed that we picked over the last 2 days. I am making the first call to the holding ring for those champions and reserves of each breed to the holding ring for our Supreme Champion Drive.
good set of sheep out here, and you know, it kind of comes down between two of them for me, and I like both of those an awful lot. And you know, start talking about you know, weight range on these things, and one of them is in the, you know, 58, so mid 60s, and you got one that's in the mid 70s. There's a solid 10-pound weight difference in there, but I still think both of those sheep are awful good, and I think there's a place that you get on both of them, and you like things a bunch about them, and you get onto them at a different angle, and you may want to change some things. And you know, we talked about this sheep here in the heavyweight. We're talking here is hock not being quite as right as it needs to be in terms of its flexibility, and I think you can watch him walk, and he suffers because of that just a notch. And then, you know, we talked about the sheep out of the middleweight deal is, you know, kind of having some issues in terms of length of body, and that kind of makes him have an issue from time to time as far as the way he looks and presents himself on the drive. But I think both these things are really, really good, and you know, just trying to split hairs here and trying to find the one we like the best, you know, it's just tough. And unfortunately, we can only pick one for Grand and one for reserve. But I think a good set out here. Let's congratulate these kids, and I'll go shake the hand of that Grand and reserve.
Our champion heavyweight crossbred lamb comes from Class 10, shown by Gabby Rout, Indiana. Our reserve champion heavyweight crossbred comes from Class 11, shown by Wyatt Acey, Kentucky. At this time, we are bringing in all our weight division champions and reserves for our champion overall blackface and reserve blackface market lamb. Our lightweight division is represented by Madden Wise, Texas. Our middleweight division champion is represented by Gabby Rout, Indiana. Our heavyweight division champion is represented by Gabby Rout, Indiana. In our reserve divisions, our Division I reserve champion is represented by Laney Allen, Oklahoma. In Division II, our middleweight champion is represented by Sadie Allen, Oklahoma. And on our Division III heavyweight reserve division champion is represented by Wyatt Acey, Kentucky.
Well, as we finish this crossbred drive up, I really think a good set out here. And, you know, we kind of talked through these things again already this morning, and we kind of figured out which ones we liked and disliked, and kind of went through that and talked about positives and negatives. But a couple of them out here I like a bunch. I think we talked them quite a bit and quite well in those divisions and classes again. So a really good set of sheep out here. Let's congratulate those kids, and we'll go out and select your Grand and Reserve cross.
Our overall champion crossbred lamb comes out of our middleweight division and is represented by Gabby Rout of Indiana. Our reserve champion crossbred overall comes out of our middleweight division also and is represented by Sadie Allen of Oklahoma. We're making the last and final call for all those champions and reserves to be getting lined up in our RSG holding ring at this time. We need to have all our champions and reserve champions in our RSG holding ring at this time. Our results of Class 11 black-faced crossbred lambs. 10th, Blake Martin, Ohio. 9th, Hadley Thomas, Wisconsin. 8th, Caden Deere, Indiana. 7th, Peyton Peterson, Iowa. 6th, Madison Wynn, Oklahoma. 5th, Brindley Hogg, Texas. 4th, Grace Moore, Texas. 3rd, Addison Zerbach, Oregon. 2nd, Marshall Miller, Ohio. And our class winner of blackface crossbred Class 11 goes to Wyatt Acey, Kentucky. We are making that final call for all our champions and reserves for our overall Grand Champion Drive of this year's 51st Annual North American International Livestock Exposition Grand Champion Market Lamb Drive. All right, we have come to the grand finale of our 51st Annual North American International Livestock Exposition and our Grand Champion Market Lamb Drive. We're bringing those champions into the ring at this time. In our all other breeds, our champion is represented by Cade Menon of Indiana. In our Dorper breed, our champion is represented by Henry Slough, Texas. In our Dorset division, our champion is represented by J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. In our Hampshire division, our champion is represented by Colby Williams, Minnesota. In our natural color division, our champion is represented by Blake Holman, Illinois. In our Oxford division, our champion is represented by Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. In our Shropshire division, our champion is represented by Hannah Seaver, California. In our Southdown division, our champion is represented by Maverick Rule, Iowa. In our white-faced crossbred division, our champion is represented by Samantha Williams, Minnesota. And in our black-faced division, our champion is represented by Gabby Rout, Indiana. Our reserves, in our all other breeds division, our champion is represented by Caden Parks, Indiana. In our Dorper division, our reserve champion is represented by Henry Slough, Texas. In our Dorset division, our reserve champion is represented by Gracie Joe Newsom, Texas. In our Hampshire division, our reserve champion is represented by Carson Noonan, Iowa. In our natural color division, our reserve champion is represented by Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. In our Oxford division, our reserve champion is represented by Carson Norup, Ohio. In our Shropshire division, our reserve champion is represented by Samantha Williams, Minnesota. In our Southdown division, our reserve champion is represented by Staten Silvers, Texas. In our white-faced cross division, our reserve champion is represented by Laney Allen, Oklahoma. And in our black-face division, our reserve champion is represented by Sadie Allen of Oklahoma. If you would, let's show our appreciation for a great set of lambs that are in the ring and that have went through the ring this weekend. It takes a great deal of people to put on an event of this magnitude, and I would like to make some recognition of some people here in Kentucky that have put on just an excellent show over the last 2 weeks, actually, and over the many of the 51 years. First off, I would like to recognize our Kentucky State Fair Board members that are here, and I believe they're in our RSG holding ring. Marshall Coyle, if you would, raise your hand. Joe Goggin and Nick Carter. If you would, let's give these gentlemen a big round of applause for doing a great job this weekend. Would like to also recognize Warren Beeler, the North American International Livestock Exposition General Superintendent, Corinne Fetter, the Executive Director of Expositions and the North American General Manager, and Bobby Bell, Animal Health and Compliance. If you would, please raise your hands and let's show these people our appreciation for putting on a great event. I would certainly like to recognize the superintendents that we have here in the sheep division. Here in our market lamb division, I'd like to recognize our market lamb superintendent, Chris Cottle. If you would, let's put our hands together and show our appreciation for Chris for doing a great job with the market lamb show this weekend. Like to also recognize Jeff Zinner and Cecil Goodlett for our other superintendents that help run the event. And I'd be remiss if we did not recognize Mike Hancock that was unable to attend this weekend, our committee chairman for the Market Lamb Division. As our judge works through his grand champion and reserve grand champion and top 5 selection, I would like to introduce him one last time today, Mr. Matt Kennedy. He has worked through 1,250 plus lambs over the weekend from coast to coast and from border to border. Matt is from Waller, Texas. He is a graduate of Texas A&M, where he was on the 2002 National Champion Livestock Judging Team. He was also honored with coaching the National Wool Judging Team at Texas A&M and received his master's degree there in ruminant nutrition in 2007. Matt owns and operates his own club lamb herd and flock and AIs over 9,000 ewes across the country. If you would, let's show our appreciation, put your hands together for Matt Kennedy, who has done an excellent job this weekend.
Well, I sure appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm not real big on speeches and these grand drives, and As you can tell, I'm pretty try to go pretty quick through these things. I think your first opinion is kind of always your best opinion. Try to get through these things sorted and make them look pretty similar when they get out here, and I think they do. I think this set of sheep looks incredible to me. I think all the way through, even the ones we don't have pulled out, no matter what breed they are, I think they have stoutness and substance to them. I think they got some density. I think for the most part, I think they get around the ring extremely well. And, you know, and when I say the most part, I think as a whole, as an industry, we have somewhat of an issue on this feet and legs deal. And I think we kind of put it on the back burner, and I think there's some issues there. But I think these correct it. I think there's some sheep in here that do some good things, and the muscle's there, the stoutness is there, and then there's a couple of them in here that surface for me. You know, as we come through here all day, or yesterday and today, really enjoyable time. Had a great time out here. I really appreciate Mike reaching out to me, and the North American reaching out to me to come out here and sort this deal. It's, you know, it's every person's dream to get out here on these green shavings and sort this deal. I was here, I guess, when I was talking to my family and friends, we were talking about whenever we were out here, I guess it's almost 25 years ago now. Hard to believe for our national contest and our 25-year reunion being 27. That's only 3 years away, which is just crazy. So coming out here and getting to go through, you know, the collegiate judging ranks, and, you know, having the luck to win a bull, and then being on a great team with a great coach and everything like that, and then having the opportunity to come back out here. And, you know, I say that to mean that this program is great, and everybody always says that, but a lot of people in this industry would not be where they're at if they didn't show, or they didn't judge, or they didn't do something along those lines. And, you know, you don't have to be perfect every day, just as long as you're determined to get better every day at it. So just make sure and do that. If you're not out here in this drive, if you're on ringside watching, it's one man's opinion on one day. Come out here a different day, you could have a totally different show, and that's why we have multiple shows a year. We don't just have one, right? But congratulations to everybody. Again, I appreciate everybody having me out. Dan, thank you. Ring Help, thank you. Larry, thank you as well for being my escort there. I appreciate everything. Again, one big round of applause. We'll go out and select your top 5 real quick. Congratulate these kids, please.
Our grand champion market lamb at the 2024 North American International Livestock Exposition goes to Colby Williams, Minnesota, out of our Hampshire division. Our reserve grand champion overall goes to Carson Noonan from Iowa, out of our Hampshire division. Our third overall market lamb comes out of our crossbred division, represented by Gabby Rout of Indiana. Our fourth place overall market lamb comes out of our crossbred division, represented by Sadie Allen, Oklahoma. And our fifth place overall comes out of our South Down division, represented by Maverick Rule of Iowa.